7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good, good. Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Sorry, one moment. I just noticed that YouTube fixed, so not YouTube, Steam fixed the oversized FPS counter. So I was having a look at the settings because it was now a lot smaller than it used to, and they've added extra stuff there. Like I can ask it to give me a whole load of extra information. Don't know whether or not my overlay will capture it. Come over to there. There we go. I think it is up there. But it's grey on grey, so it's kind of hard to see at the minute. That's a bit better. Background. Make it a wee bit bigger. There we go. So yeah, they've expanded it. As far as I was aware, it just showed the AEM frames per second, but now we've got a whole bunch of extra details there that is useful. Anyway, did we enable that? We'll enable that. There we go. Good. Okay, so plan today is to turn this area here into a ore processing facility. And we need to make some changes and adjustments to our original plan. So we was originally just going to get the copper out of here and ship it out, but if we're going to make the ore processing facility over there, we need to also then be able to bring copper in once this field has run out. So we're actually going to need a bunch of train stations here, like a whole bunch of them. So I'm probably going to strip out this entire section here and just redo it. And we may actually redo the train lines as well. And now let's just strip all of that out and get rid of these. And I need a measuring stick. So my current plan is these stations aren't actually going to be this big, but we need to make sure that we have enough room for trains that are this big. 2, 4, 8. That is the current plan for the actual size of the trains. So we can actually get decent, make trains a bit bigger, even keep them within this. I would like to change how we're doing the entrance and exit ramps though. So, still want to maintain maximum speed coming in. To this section at least. That, if we wanted maximum speed into the stations themselves, would be the... Have I got this connected correctly? Yeah. So that would mean that the first station, if we did it this way, then the first station can only be there. Which is way too far down. So maybe we don't do that. I still want to... kind of want to have... them leaving this section of the track at the highest speed possible. So they're getting out of the way of the main line. That's a bit better. If we keep what we've got. How many stations could we actually zigzag in here? Plan was kind of to have 2 of them. We had put a space at the front or space for the front for the first carriage. That's kind of not needed. So if we have 1 here, and then would we want to mirror it? 1 here. Let's move this down here so we have a reference. Basically, we need enough space on either side for the size of the entire train so that it never ends up blocking part of the track. So yeah, we've got a decent amount of extra space for us to work with. Could we get 2 sets of these in here? We can, so we can get 8 train stations in here. And if we work on the assumption these are all inputs, we need to figure out like what trains are going here. So we would have copper, iron. So yeah, copper, iron, coal, limestone, salt, acid, gold, bauxite. Make the graphite on site. May need to bring copper scrapped in as well. No, we bring the recycling plant. Oh, we bring the recyclables in. So we're actually going to need more than these. Did I leave myself 2 space there? Yes. We've got 2 space here as well. Let's think about what we'd need for a furnace stack. For copper, let's start with copper. So we need crusher to arc furnace, because we are going to start using arc furnaces. That's iron. For 24, we're going to be using a upgraded version of this in a bit. This one here. Which is 48. Okay, there's only 2 versions of this, so no, I think we do this the way that we did it on the other one. Do it that way round. They need an electrolyzer, don't they? Why is this in copper? Suppose acid. Do we ever get a better electrolyzer? No. So this just becomes 1-to-1. Acid and water pipes. Okay, so that's all we need for copper. Nice and small. We just have a lot of extra space here. Steel and iron aren't that much, don't need that much space. Okay. Yeah, we can bring this train station down a bit without causing too many problems. What about the iron line? Iron and steel. Iron, arc furnace. Remember, we're using twice as much. Specific position doesn't matter. We'll figure that out later. We're just looking for numbers. Strictly speaking, it's both of those. And control power, no place to dump, that's fine. Okay, so we'll output 48. In, 24 out. So that becomes the steel line. And then iron is just that into a caster. Or that into two casters. Hang on, that's the wrong kind of cast. So that's what we need for iron, that's what we need for steel, that's what we need for copper. And in a minute we're just placing buildings to figure out ratios more than anything else. There is something we're forgetting. 18 oxygen. Not the same amount of oxygen that the other version took. Yeah, they both take the same amount of oxygen. Fair enough. So it is an air separator for each two of these. Which basically means that it's that. $48 to $24 to $24. Suppose here's a question. Now, where did it get that little bit from? I didn't recopy that bit. This last bit here is the tricky one. Now, if I tell you that, now you can figure something out. You have to effectively connect into there. Just means a weird bit of track on that bit. Gives us 8 inputs there. We can have the scrap input somewhere else. Doesn't have to come in on this bit. So yeah, iron, copper, not necessarily in these particular ones, coal, limestone, salt for glass, acid, sand. That brings us up to 7. These can be made on site. We are going to need hydrogen over there. The refueling station is going to be over there. But I don't mind that being on the other side. So we're still at 7. There's gold. Here's gold. Acid. Can be processed on site. So gold makes 8. Glass is produced there. Where is bauxite? Okay. Bauxite makes 9. If we're bringing salt in, we can always make the brine over there. Or pump it from seawater. Hydrogen's being brought in already. As it stands, I'm only seeing the need for 10, but titanium is the last material. Titanium's going to need some chlorine. We can get from brine. Salt. So yeah, I think we need 10. We might need 11 for chlorine. But if we need brine anyway, if we need brine just for the processing of this, we may as well make brine on site. And salt is being brought in. We can get seawater from nearby or not too far away, so that is an option as well. 96 for 12. 96, 212. So it's a 1-to-1 conversion. Okay. Gonna need this set. Those are all the stations we are going to need. Let me copy the entire section. I don't want to copy it really, I wanted to cut it. Cut the section. I wanted to shift it over to here. There we go. So these are all the input stations. All the output stations will be on the other side, along with the refueling station. I think we'll have the refueling station be the first one on the other side. It's probably going to be the largest out of all of these stations. Is the directionality of all of this correct? Yes. How are we doing? Steady progress. It's definitely a little bit more copper here. Let's not worry about that until they finish digging through all of that. How are you doing? You are almost done. Yeah, done enough that I can set these guys to remove those retaining walls. Actually, for this bit, I better build it from the bottom so that we can actually line it up correctly. Why do they not look correct relative to those? Are those sharper turns? These ones might actually be sharper turns. I'm not entirely confident I've got that in the right place. Might be fine. Okay, may need to adjust some of these stations. We're not going to need to build most of them for the time being. Oh, these are the wrong kind of stations anyway. Thinking about it, how are we going to get... we can also we can just Unity build them. I was going to say, how a vehicle is going to get into here to build these things if we're building from the bottom upwards? Yeah, we did click unit. We actually want it loose. Okay. And these are unload stations. Okay, copper processing is the first thing we want to move over to here, so let's make sure we got all the bits and pieces we need for that. Sand. And acid. Okay. So we have copper and iron here. Just thinking of storage. I might actually be moving these storages. It depends on where we're going to put things. I mean, we have so much space over here. We do need to consider that we're going to need to route things around elsewhere as well. Okay. Hydrogen refuelers, and then free fluid storage modules. And that will be the refueling station. Okay. Grab these, flip them. Depends on which way round we want to put these. We'll say that these ones will start here. And these ones want to be unit storage. Load. Iron. You know what? No, this one's copper, the other two is iron and steel. We don't need that anymore. We have our measurements. We're just going to have to do the duplication of here. I suppose what I could have done is just taken this entire lower section, mirrored it, rotated it, and it would give us roughly what we needed. We just need to change up the stations for what needs to be where. So yeah, let's do that then. I want to copy from here, if you will let me. Come on. I don't want to copy that. I want to bandbox copy a large area here. It's not going to let me because there's something already there, so we'll have to do it from the lower end. And hope we line things up correctly. Can't quite get it all the way across. Never. Rotate. I have to apologize. The camera is tracking where my mouse is, and I need this to be over there so that I can make sure that that bit is correct. Damn it, we got it wrong. We missed. And that's taken out. Now, why have you copied that section? I thought it had done that previously. It's when I've told it to repaste, it's copied a section that we hadn't previously selected. That looks like it should connect. Why does it not? Ah, embed in, yeah, direction. Ah, wait, no, we just need to rotate it. We don't need to flip it. Paste. Flip, rotate. Which means we'll need to connect it over on this side. is a problem because it's missing a bit. No, it's grabbed the wrong bit. I don't know why the recalling what you'd previously copied isn't grabbing the section we grabbed previously. It's grabbing slightly other bits of it. Oh, has that been not connected over here? No, it is. So, what problem do you have? Is there an extra line here, or just not a line connected correctly? I think this bit isn't connected right. There we go. And then that becomes our fuel station. No designations available. Let's pause. We'll sort that in a minute. Refueling part. Train station. I don't think I can get a big one in here. Kind of wish I could. Just to be able to store more. You only need another 2 spaces. So we can easily move this to give us that space. This will matter. Ah, right, yeah, you can always just do that. There's no gap in the middle of that one, though. So we would have to take it... over to the other side to bring it back around if we just give it 2 extra spaces. So let's give it 4 extra spaces then. One, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. 1 more than I wanted. One, 2, 3, 4. That's where I want it. I want this section. I think that was a sharp bend anyway. which was fine for what we was doing there, but if I can get a... Okay, we can't get a proper short bend out here. And he's probably not without moving it up one more. Okay, fine. We'll move it up one more, because I'm seeing something else that we could tweak. We'll grab that end of it this time as though. So we want this bit, and we go in there. That's what I wanted to see. Now let's disassemble that bit there and copy this bit here. It is breezy out, and it's just blown, or the wind just blown a whole bunch of things off my desk. I'll sort that out in a moment. Cover way around, please. No, keep going. It's also flung my window right the way open. There we go. 1 second while I just clean up the mess the wind has made. Let's grab the window. It's now flung right the way open. I really want to put it on the latch, but I don't think the wind's going to give me an opportunity about, or an option about this. Apologies, back. Hopefully the room doesn't bake now that I've had to put the window on the latch rather than have it open. Right. This is so much cleaner. So now I want to duplicate this down here, which means we're actually going to order some deconstruction of the track that we have down here. Okay, and then we'll shift everything down 5, because what we can then do is have some of the extra storage containers in these areas here. Okay, which towers are out of designations? Okay, coal. Yeah, there's still a decent amount of coal in the cliff's face. And I assume sand? Yes. Okay, we can get rid of the remainder of these. Any of these in danger? One of these did try to collapse while I was doing work on other things previously. It did allocate an area here to be dug, but I don't think there's anything nearby that can actually dig it. Do I still have the... We do still have this here. But it doesn't include that there, and it doesn't have a digger. Let's temporarily, just so that I can fix that one location. It can't grow trees. Okay. What are you taking umbrage with? Oh, right, you're saying you can't reach those. Oh, other things appear to have managed just fine, so I'll just do it that way then. Use Unity. Oh, the army of trucks has arrived. They are making really good progress along here. Am I going to need that? That's quartz, isn't it? Yeah. What is quartz used for? Making crushed quartz. Is it really just used for sand? Another way of making sand? There's got to be a long-term plan for quartz other than just sand. Okay. Now if we grab this bit here, this is the exit lines. There we go. Okay, now we need the other side as well. Okay, now to restore these. So, this is our refueling station. We need a fuel storage here. Let's do it this way round. Pipe. Oh, unload. Copy, paste, paste. That was not the one that I meant to connect up. I think I'm going to need additional ones out of here. I think just the one will be enough. Okay, there's the refueling station. Unit storage. Copper. Okay, good. We'll use these as the template. Okay, what else will want to be here? Glass, for sure. We could make silica as well, I suppose. Yeah, if we bring in all the raw resources over there, we should probably do silica as well. That's flat. So glass and silica, concrete. Concrete, glass and silica. Not cement. Concrete. Glass. Silica. Okay. I think that covers everything in this area up here now. I just realized that I cannot currently see Twitch chat. What to do with the likes of this? The slag and the sulfur. We know we need to run the slag through the crushers. Are we using the slag for anything else? Use it to make crushed slag for cement. I don't think we can use manufactured sand in place of sand for anything other than concrete and built medium. So yeah, we are going to need to get sulfur out from over there, but we don't make much of it. So I think we're probably fine to keep using trucks for that. We are going to need to redo this section here that's making our sulfur and our acid. And likewise, we're going to need to redo train stations. We're about to get one of the things we wanted to be able to start working with that, but not quite yet. Gold, aluminium, titanium alloy. Unless there's something else we're going to want to make here. I don't currently think so. Plastic is being made over in the oil refinery. That still has room to grow, so I'm not worried about that. Do we just make titanium alloy and not raw titanium? Yes, okay. So I think that's all the train stations we're going to need here. That's all. All 20 of them. Okay. We need to start building some of this stuff. For now, let's cut a hole in these so we can get trucks between them. And start building some of this train line. We're definitely going to need these two sets. There's no question about that, so... let's do that bit. And on the entrances on both of these. We're going to need... I think we're going to need this entire, most of this line doing, so we'll have all of these entrances and exits built. And then we'll worry about the actual which full lines and stations we're going to need, because we don't need the one for copper ore yet, but we do need the one for sand and the one for acid to start moving copper production over here. We need sand there, acid here. Okay. It's going to run 192, 48, 4 of, I think. 48 times 4, 192. Let's get a line of these figured out. And how are we going to do the storage for this? All this stuff. Most of the storage can go here. So the actual process... Yeah, we've got so much more space here that I'm worrying over nothing. I'm worrying I'm going to run out of space. Even with 4 lots of this. We still have plenty of room. It has a high supply of depleted uranium. Okay. Now we get to test this. The curiosity was, how high does this get from just this entire thing? Okay, I think the answer is way higher than I would like. I would be shocked if this doesn't fill this entire space. We don't have access to the faster belts yet. The speed at which this makes it, I don't think I'm worried too much about that ruining the test. But I don't think I need to finish this test. This storage area is less than this. It's already almost up to the top of this. And sure, as it gets bigger and moves out further, there's going to be more space there. Ah, we've actually got through 300. We'll let the test finish. We will let the test finish and see what it looks like. See whether or not it's even worth it. Have you dug the one hole I asked you to dig? You have done. Superb. Now... No, you haven't. You haven't even tried. No available designations to be mined in this area. Okay, so... It doesn't like trying to dig that like that. We're going to have to... do that. Okay. So we do need this line made. We can have them manually delivered with graphite for the short term. This can get moved later once we don't need that there anymore. Excellent. Pause. We've been trying to figure this out for a while, but we needed these to be able to know for sure. Okay, so that's where that's going to need to go. And yeah, that reallocates the space for the upgrade to the next tier along. So now we need to make a decision. Is larger always better? How much does the large module upload module store? Unloads cargo 100% faster compared to the base module. The speed is not the issue. I've got to assume if it's a bigger vehicle, then it's probably a longer round trip, but a more efficient round trip. Type of maintenance do... They don't use maintenance. The maintenance must apply to the ship then or something. Ah no, the maintenance applies to the modules. How can I stop this thing from unloading? And do I want to just upgrade them all to 8 size? I can still think of uses for smaller ones. Smaller ones are going to be reasonably good for some contract trades and things like that. Unless all these numbers here are assuming that it's using the only cargo ship we currently have. Can't really pump the hydrogen out of here though. If I destroy this, it's going to destroy these as well. We need to wait for this to empty if we want to move it. We can still do the work for figuring out where everything else is going to be in the meantime. The oil one I think I do want to upgrade. I think... Is there a reason not to? I don't think there can be. Even if it's spending most of its time sitting here. Just wondering if the ship itself is listed in here or the actual the port. Doesn't look like it. Okay. And if we were to replace this, that would have to go there. I need to mark this somehow, because I can't temporarily place this to so this thing I need to... One second, let's see if we can do it this way. I need the camera as direct above and as straight above as possible. And if I hold that there, there we go. I think that's correct. Positioned correctly. Grab myself a ruler, my desk. Those ones in the sea look bent though. I think we need to count these then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, working on the assumption that there's 2 there. So yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it is 11 from the edge of the building. The edge of the building is here. So that's 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11. To there. Wait, did I have this set positioned wrong? No, I've just got it the wrong way round. There we go. Okay, good. That lines up. So this one wants to go there. That looks about right. The split there. I'm looking at the separation between the 2 belts we put down as guides. We can compare it, if we pay attention to this section or this little bump here. I line that little bump there with this. Then I think that's about right. It's hard to tell given the fact that the grid isn't staying on the same level that I'm looking at, which makes it really hard to like parse this. Five up from the water. So that will go there. No, they're overlapping still. Did I count wrong? Or am I just measuring to the wrong point? There's an overlap of 1 for some reason. And one of these belts not 11. No, they're both 11. Why does there appear to be an overlap of 1? Yeah, this is where it should be. It must be that the gap required on this side is 1 larger than it is on the other side. I mean, yeah, if we're looking at the building actual layout compared to the required space for the ship, it's overhanging on the left-hand side where it's underhanging on the right. Although that could just be, yeah, no, that is partly down to the fact that the grid is going underwater. It makes the grid so much harder to read. But yeah, I'm tracking it by this little wave here, because it overlaps there. And if I move it over to here so we're not overlapping, then it needs to be 4 on this side, extra beyond the thing. So it needs to be... And this building is actually 4 wide. But I don't think that was what the problem was. Okay. So we do in fact need to move these. These are going to need to go in the middle here, between the two. Doesn't really matter if they're directly between the two, they just need to be between the two. May as well have them as far back as these ones are. This cargo depot will go here. Now, where am I going to have to put these? Okay, that looks like that's a valid position for them. I don't think we even need 2 of them. I think we'll replace 2 of them anyway. We'll shunt them over by an additional 1. They should be fine there. Okay. We may as well have them over the top here. Water input isn't going to be too much of a problem. That's still tier 2 pipe? That is still tier 2 pipe. And up to 5. I'd actually prefer it if you would go over the top, please. Can I make you go over the top? How do I force you to go over the top? I know you will go over the top. I need to do it from this side. Yes. Okay. Why do they look like they're not in line? They are in line, it's just a camera angle. Okay. Allow that to be built. We'll leave that there for our reference sake. Allow that to be built. Okay, we need to keep these pipes along this kind of line here. You can probably, yeah, let's for now disconnect this part of the pipe. Get rid of all of that. Disconnect that part of the pipe. Let that lot get built. We have enough spare water coming in from elsewhere that we can almost certainly get rid of this section as well. Fine, we have no intention of ever building that. Is that really in far enough? Something doesn't quite look right about it in terms of how far out it is. Can I preset this to not be diesel? Okay, with that there, where's the next one go? Next one goes there. There we go, space for 4. Okay, let's take this one up to 5 here. we'll bring it along this line here, because we'll use the other line for the actual fuel. Yeah, works for me. Although it still put a double thingy there. I'd rather it didn't do that. Let's see if we can figure out a way to get that to work properly. Bring it all the way back to there and do it from here. Now you want to go under. Go over. Thank you. There we go. And that's going the right direction. Don't need that there anymore. How do I stop you from leaving once you're empty and it's ready? I still want it to pump out this bit. And there's oil waiting for it. I just don't want it to go fetch it. If I pause you, will you still pump out? Guess we'll find out later. Right, so the plan for this one is likely going to be the sulfur mine. Did we actually go ahead and build the sulfur mine? Yes, because we're going to need a lot more acid. Just for everything. Okay, it's making slow and steady progress. That's fine. Right, what we was thinking about. Just for the sake of having buildings here so that we're not failing to take account of them. Copper, iron, coal. That can all be refed into here, at least refed to this area. limestone, sand, acid. Limestone, sand, acid. I may need to pull the stations apart a little bit so that we can get lines running between them. We can always just route them, or route everything on this side round this way if we want to bring it into stuff on this side. Because I do think I want to have the storage up here. To a point at least. Just because we had the space, it makes sense to use it for something. But it does mean that the belts running from here are going to be longer and therefore require more maintenance. I don't think these things require maintenance, do they? No, they just require power. Okay, you're done. Good. Now we change your designation to... We only want it to drop in dirt. We only want it dropping dirt in... Actually, no, we're going to have to do it a different way. Gravel's not the thing that we want to be dropping. Slag. We want stone and slag here because this is where we're building the housing area. This bit we don't mind it being dirt. This wants to be explicitly dirt. So I think what we do is... we will remove this from this area. We'll then add a new tower temporarily up here. We make sure that this tower is just referring to this little area here. The entire point of this little thing is there was one square here that would not, or that it wouldn't let us plant it wouldn't let us plant a tree. And we could not have that. Okay, and now we tell it, flatten the area, please. Also, please leave. I don't want to bury you. Can you get around that? I haven't already trapped you? No, there we go. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't complaining about this section here, but it's apparently happy with that bit. But for whatever reason, that square there, it wasn't happy with, and we could not have that. Have you been emptied at all? Yes, you are still being emptied. So I can just tear this down. Okay. Let's give ourselves 1, 2. One, 2. Small gap in between. And do the same for this lot here. 1, 2. One, 2. The one thing I'm worried about is whether or not we end up, or copper becoming a problem before we can actually get this online, which is why I kind of want to have most of this design in place before that potentially becomes a problem. Okay, let's hook up the easy parts of this. You do need a 2 gap to be able to properly fit the pipe in. We gap there. Let's give it a 4 gap. I don't know which way we're going to be doing exhaust processing and the like. The output of this is 200 per second. We don't need anything fancy. And is almost certainly coming in from the left-hand side. And that's something else we do need to account for. And that's recyclables. Did we bring recyclables in on the same line? And while I remember... He was planning on having one of these with the crushed ore in it. What theoretically is the output of all of this? It'll be the same as the input. It'll be 192 copper per second, copper per minute. I'm just thinking, it's like, I want to be able to or have the space to expand this. So if I was to, for say, go... Ah, right, that's why. There's less space up here than I would like, but we can always dig more out. There's more space over here than I'm initially giving myself, or than it appears to be, but there's a decent space over there. It's probably where glass, concrete, and what everything is going to be made. I don't think there's any way to compact this any more than this. It's going to be a matter of routing in all the resources and everything. But am I happy with this kind of layout? Do I want to rotate or move things? We do have to consider the fact that we need to... There's still other things that we haven't got accounted for yet. We need to be able to bring water into these because we're going to be using the second tier of the arc furnaces. We need somewhere that's going to make us graphite rods, graphite electrodes. We are going to use a chemical plant for some of that. At the minute we're importing the graphite. We might be better off just continuing to import the graphite. Okay, coal's still going to be using that. We need some coal for filter medium. We need some coal for cement? No, we're using hydrogen for cement now. That's the cheap version, isn't it? Not the proper version. How do we go about making low steam? Oh wait, no, we're making low steam. We are in fact making low steam with all of this stuff. Let's get the other stacks built so we can figure out how big everything will be once all is said and done. As far as copper, iron and steel are concerned. So, same deal. Need a bit more space between those. We've gone 4 here. Is 4 enough? Yeah, 4 is the minimum we need unless we want to use lift. Then 2 of these. I had to put the 2 of these. Well, actually, the 4 of these. If the goal is going to be the same kind of potential throughput. Yeah, I don't think it matters so much in this one because I don't think there's as many inputs and outputs. Yeah, the main ones we're concerned about are all of these. And I'd rather keep these this way round, so let's flip these ones back. Any reason we can't smoosh these all the way together? We don't necessarily need to get all of this online right now, but we do need to... So, with the amount of copper we have left, what we need to do is we need to get the train stations up to be able to import the stuff into here to make copper, and then to output or export the stuff out. We're then going to need 3 trains for that task. 2 for the input, 1 for the output. And we may also then need train stations over here that can accommodate the updated trains. Limestone we don't need to worry about. The ones we're going to need is the acid. We can always start with a smaller train and make it bigger. Because we can send... I think we can send the train back to the station to add new carts to it. Maybe we can't. I don't know. I suppose the copper one is bigger because it can technically make twice as much. But the steel one we just spec'd up is also capable of making twice as much steel. 4 times as much steel? No, twice as much steel. Ah, yeah, I suppose that this entire setup is designed to feed in and then split out. So only as many of these as currently required is getting used. You're not getting backed up, are you? Oh, you might be getting a little backed up. with a 6 gap, how many more can we get in here? 1, 2, 3. We can get a decent amount of storage in here. And these are basically just going to be buffers. It's the only intent for them. Let's do it this way. Do that that way, and then the hydrogen that we're going to be using to make concrete and the things can be pulled out from this side. Bollocks. I need to give ourselves a bit more room between these things. We already know we have plenty of space for that, so... Actually, no, we don't, because we have space to play with. No, it's fine. We have the spare space. We have the spare space. Let's not overly condense things that don't need to be condensed. Why are you... That doesn't make sense. How can that need more space than it needed previously? This one didn't have a problem doing it here. Good enough. Okay. Nah, I think what we'll do is, when we need this amount of throughput, we'll upgrade it to a tier 3 belt. If we ever need this amount of throughput. And for now, what we'll do instead is just that. Oh my god! I had noticed that thing, but I hadn't realized what it was doing. I've wanted that feature! When did they add that? I didn't see it in the patch notes. We can now prevent belt from maximum or max fill-in containers. So we don't need this kind of setup anymore. We can just say that it's like, we don't want the belt to fill for this bit. I know we do still need those containers. Because we can't import into here if it has an export set. But what was the specific situations where we wanted to not max fill from belt? I can't remember, I just remember that we wanted it. If we see the situation again, the option is now there, we know. For this, it doesn't matter. Okay. We have all the pieces for that. We just need to figure out where they all go. This is all the pieces we want for maximum steel production. Whether we'll ever get to this point, I don't know, but that's all of that. So steel is fairly condensed. The only thing we hadn't swapped over to use steel on was these. Because cost-wise, it's still cheaper as far as iron is concerned to make these with iron rather than steel. And our efficiency for being able to produce steel hasn't increased. And I don't think it ever will increase. So we do still need some iron production, if only to be able to make construction part 1s. Because we swapped the mechanical parts over, because the mechanical parts are actually cheaper. I don't know why the math has been done that way. Why they've made it so that... I suppose it's so that you have to keep using iron for something, but... why make mechanical parts cheaper this way then? These are just double and doubled again. If we don't mind burning the extra resources, we could just stop making iron. It's the only thing. This is the only thing we're using it for. But to be fair, we need to be making a lot of them. We reduce consumption of wood and concrete. Okay, let's just go with a plan that we will actually scrap the use of iron. We'll move over to using pure steel, nothing but steel. So we're not even going to need this setup anymore. That being the case, let's allocate for this. Just wondering if there's a way that we can jigger this around so that I can actually put these in the middle, but I don't think so. I think we're better off just going with the doing something more along the lines of this. Will this actually work? This close together? No, we need to give them a little bit of space to be able to get 2 pipes through there. We probably could make it work, but it would be a bit spaghetti without just doing it this way instead. Okay. So there's our potential expansion for steel. Now, where do we want to put it in the long run? I'm kind of happy with the copper stuff to go here. We can bring the copper out this side, bring it up this way, and then over. Oh, we actually don't need to bring it over there. We can bring it over because all of these are going to feed up into here. Let's get the routing for that in place. These ones are going to be fed downwards, but these ones get fed that way. And again, we can upgrade that belt, and if we need a second one, we do have space to do that. We can just bring it out here and along this way instead. And then bring it down sooner and into there. So we can tweak that if we need more. Well, that's sand. Sand is here, that's there. 2 away from, so to here. To there. Actually, this needs to start coming down already. We probably are going to need 2 belts for that. Again, same deal, we can double up if we need to. We're going to get, or the next thing that's on our list is the next tier of conveyor belts anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. This one here is not iron. That hasn't been allocated yet. Gold, bauxite, titanium. I feel like there was one other, but it's eluding me at the minute as to what that was. I'm going to try and make the chlorine over here. Sand. Oh, not sand. Salt. That's what's missing that should be here. Four, 5, 6, 7. I'm sure that's not enough room to bring us up to 3, yeah. Salt is needed for glass. That's gold. Let's erase these because these are for resources we don't currently have. You may as well manufacture that on site. We're going to be bringing coal over anyway. Shouldn't need anywhere near as much, but we are bringing it over. Wait, how is that full of coal already? Solid hell. They shouldn't have... God damn it. How have they managed to bring coal all the way over? Why? It's not like they're told to keep this empty. That's basically what they've been doing. Get the trucks to take it back. So we have a container full of coal already over there. The copper ore I don't mind because it's being mined here. But for the time being, let's just turn all of these off. I think we have actually mined out a little bit of iron at some point anyway. So let's just check. We need sand for here. Right, yeah. But do we need a train for that? If we compress it, can we just bring it over in trucks? I'm thinking recyclables. Because it does condense a lot, doesn't it? Factor of 3. Makes it a third as big. This isn't the bit that needs the recyclables brought over, it's this bit over here. And we'll do it properly and have all of these actually be right next to each other over there. We actually need the building to confirm aluminium scrap. So gold, aluminium. This thing is expensive to build, so, well... For the short term, we'll have to bring over compressed copper scrap. Nothing stopping us adding another station to this lot to bring it in, or bring in. But I think we will use a lorry. Will we? Are we going to get scrap from any further afield? What else generates scrap? Or is it just recyclables? We have scrap from further afield that's also going to need to be collected. There's researches and maintenance depots. That's currently being brought in from, or brought in by trucks. I forget, is scrap loose or... If scrap is loose, then in theory we could bring it over in a mega vehicle. Or in mega vehicles. But we're potentially going to have a long way to bring them. Not for the short term, but in the long term. This one here. But we're nowhere near the point where we can get fission products. I think we get them, yeah, we're going to get them as a byproduct of the next tier of fission. Ah, it did actually manage to dump the entire thing. Although it's very close to, is it close to its height? I think if it was at its height, it would tell me that it couldn't dump anymore. Oh, these things don't actually need maintenance. And apparently it's happy to do that. And then we can bring them all back later. To which end? Continue to use that dumping ground. Okay, we've been getting slightly distracted. To the point that I can't even remember the last thing that I was ruminating on. Let's just hook up this. That should be more than enough throughput for the amount of acid we should be going through. So these are the inputs we need. They're going to need to come down here. Right, that was it. Was trying to figure out where do we plan to lay out this monstrosity. If we keep this set up here, then we can add an additional set, or an additional 2 sets onto here and belt them off, or use a higher speed belt. We do need to worry about the inputs for this. And they're also going to need water inputs. We need somewhere to send the waste products. Can I just copy this chunk wholesale? No, I think I'd rather just rebuild or redesign this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't need that much space, but no, we'll give that much space as a spare anyway. Okay, I'm happy with the position of this lot. This might move. Acid just needs to be piped in. We do need to produce that somewhere. Let's produce the electrodes up here, which means we should also have the handling of exhaust up here, because that will convert it to carbon dioxide and will vent the carbon dioxide. Or rather, we'll convert the carbon dioxide into chemical plant, that's what I'm looking for. Extra electrodes. Anything we can do with the sour water in a minute. I mean, if we don't use the coal in this, I'm just thinking again. We're going to need a tiny amount for filter medium. We need it for molten silicon, so we do still need coal over here. Okay, I'm going to say that I'm happy with the graphite to continue to be made where it's currently being made. Because there's chlorine over there and there's processing for sour water down here already. In theory, the graphite shouldn't be consumed on every single operation, so it shouldn't need a massive amount of them. We do need to make sure that the trucks are able to get over to here, so we need to make sure that we don't block off truck access to wherever we decide to deposit the no, that one, the graphite. We will work on the assumption. Yeah, that's something that's going to just straight up consume it. Yeah, we'll leave one over here for this. Three. Three of those to handle the outputs from two of these. Although the actual amount of exhaust we're going to be getting out shouldn't it be fairly minimal? It is going to be fairly minimal. So I don't think we're going to need two, but we'll prep for two anyway. The other one is more efficient. I think I'll do it this way instead. Well, actually, to be fair, we're going to be getting additional low energy steam anyway. From all the furnaces. Charge in process, discharge in process. I still don't fully understand. Available heat accumulates. Heat does not decay, so long as the storage remains operational. Does it fully charge and then fully discharge? Because that would be a useful way for it to work. Okay, I think I know how I would want this to work. That's pointing in the wrong direction. If I wanted to power the more efficient turbine, 612, we would need to run 3 of these. We need to run 3 of these. To run the 1 of these. We're almost certainly never going to have that kind of steam. Six. So yeah, 6 for all of them. Can use it for desalination if we need it, but I think we just run that instead. Of our 2, the other one's over there. Okay, we have space for that. We'll find out whether or not that's going to be enough water at a later point. Oh, we got 3 lots of water. We're never going to need to pump the ocean. So yeah, the brine for the thing that we're going to need it for, we'll just make it out of the salt. Since it's a 1-to-1 conversion anyway, it'll be fine. It's going to be better to just do that and repeat it. But not connect them. Possibly, given we know that if they don't get a constant input of steam, they don't lose efficiency, they reset their efficiency. So we need to do double priority system. So one of those on top of one of those. Prioritize going out of there. You prioritize going out of there. We loop that up into there. Take the bottom one, we connect that into there. We connect that one there. So that'll power this one first with all the steam it has available, then it will start trying to power that one. And then we take the remainders out of there. And we set that to priority output. It doesn't really matter which side, but this side first. Keep it consistent. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what we can do is... No, but we can't tell this to... Can we tell this to alarmers? Notify. We can tell this to alarmers. Could we do that before? Ah, no, we can notify if it's almost empty, but not if it's almost full. That was the problem. Because what I want to do is I want the game to tell me, this is almost full, so that I can, to try and reduce the amount of waste that we get in, I can pause the pipe here. And if this starts filling up, we can then unpause this so that it will then start sending the steam back this direction. And then this acts as a buffer. It holds any excess steam that these two can't run on their own. Okay. Cooling towers. big cooling towers because they're more efficient. 2 of them. I blocked the output there. No, we can still get the water out there. And again, we want a double priority system here. Priority inputs. Because we need the raw input, which wants to be used last. So, yeah. That's priority input. That becomes priority input. We did get the loop over here correct, didn't we? Bottom to top. Yes. Which hydrogen station keeps falling out of fuel? This one here. That'll help. Okay, no, we can't do it that way. We were right the first time round. Can bring another pipe out just to make sure that our input flow is good. Okay, and pure water goes into any one of the other inputs on the top. So that'll be from over here first. Now, what do we want to do about belting out the Where are we going to put the slag and the sulfur so that things can pick them up? So the trucks can pick them up? Because they're being taken away by trucks. There's not going to be much sulfur, but there may be a lot of slag. But that slag could be taken anywhere to be dumped for building materials once it's been used for glass making. Is that the main thing we're using it for? The system nicely fits in there. Oh, this is getting us another tier of pipe. 900 throughput. Double the current one. Carbon dioxide will come down and run into these eventually. It's just straight carbon dioxide straight in. So we can even pipe that up now. It's not going to cause us a problem. And we do need trucks to be able to deliver into this. How far do I want the trucks to come to pick up the sulfur? Because to a point we could just belt the sulfur over to this side so the trucks can pick it up from over here. It's looking like we're going to be trying to keep a line here clear to allow the trucks back and forth. I think we'll probably try and keep this slight line along here, so they will be able to get over to here. We don't need diggers or anything along those lines to get over here. It's possible we will have mega vehicles coming over. They need 4 height? 4 height. So bringing resources back and forth from this need to go over 4 to get over the top of this, unless we take them underneath ramps. Let's bring this down a bit then. That can go there. I've gone to full-on thinking mode. Remember that I can use that. That's how much space we're going to need. Sand is a pitiful amount that needs input in, so... And presumably the water's going to connect in on this side once we have the research for the next tier. Flip, rotate. Okay, and we've still got room along there. Because I think... Yeah, okay. So that's the inputs, and that makes sure that we have some space after it to move everything to where it needs to be. Now, what about the actual output itself? Alright, because we're in the middle section. That's why it can't go straight away across. Okay, puzzles in the output side. Okay, we're gonna have to bring these past. Yeah, how do we feed into them? I should have placed down some of the other ones that are going to go there. From this outer side, the only other one that I know is going there is steel. Which reminds me, we need to reallocate some of those. Okay, yeah, that lot's going that way, so I think... Going along here and down underneath that. Okay. Because yeah, we're not going to do iron anymore. And we do have space up here that we can make stuff in. Keep worrying that we're running out of coal, and then I remember. We've got plenty of coal left. What's the other thing that's run out of mine designation? Copper, I'd imagine. Yes. Let's cancel all the designation that's at height 3. Before you guys start working on that, can you get yourself out of here so that you don't accidentally, you know, trap yourself like you've done before? We're going to need to start building some of this stuff soon because there is really not much copper left there. We can import some amount of it to tie us over. Yeah, we can send out some iron ore to get in some copper ore if we get desperate. Or truck the copper ore over. Since the mine is set up, we've just not got a processing facility over there set up yet. Ooh, if I dig that out, then we may accidentally... As you know, I think we're going to be fine as long as we don't dig that one out. If we dig that one out, we might accidentally collapse it. Okay, I can't unpause the game anymore until we're finally happy with how all of this is going to be set up. I don't know whether or not we actually have enough copper left to be able to manufacture everything we're going to need to build all of this. Steel. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste, and paste. I don't think we do this on this side. Well, other than connecting it the other direction. Connecting it the other direction is easier way of doing this. I'm surprised they let me build that without putting a stanchion there. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You become concrete. You become glass. You become silica. Then gold, titanium, and still everything else can be on this side. Which means we need to fit these 3 up here. Which will mean... will we need to route the coal up there? For any of the processes that we're going to go through? I don't think we do. I don't think we need to route the coal. Okay, no, we need it for silica. One way or the other. But maybe we can put the silica somewhere else. We still have space here if we need it. But if we have to run the coal a long distance, we have to run the coal a long distance. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. How do we line this up? That is 1 above that. That's why we had moved it down a little bit, so that if we wanted to, we could, in fact, put an extra one of these on either side. Gap of 3. Gap of 5. Now, we can't have it that close if we want to potentially be able to expand this out further. And I did put a 1 gap in between these, I thought I had. Can't have that there because that will block things off. Let's move these as close to this as I want to be able to have it, so that things can still get around it. We are at our break time, so I will do a bit of thinking. I suppose, yeah, there's going to be a way that we can have this lot. Maybe just that, and then find somewhere to put it. I mean, if we're going to allocate enough for that at the minute, then we may as well do the last part of it. We're not going to build all of this. No way in hell do we have the resources or the throughput to even think about building all of this. We still need to be able to get vehicles through. Okay, if we switch things up a little bit, then we do still have the space for that. Do we need bigger than a 5 gap for here? I mean, this line here, we can just move the entire thing over by a few spaces. That'll do. And if we're going to that trouble to allocate that kind of potential expansion, we may as well. By mining control tower. Oh, so it is. I don't think mirroring it's going to fix that. Can one belt even handle all of these if this was running at maximum capacity when we built it? One blue belt most certainly can't. 24 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 multiplied by 4. That is an output. The answer is no. It's an output of 768. 768. Is there another tier of belts above the one that we're currently researching? No. 450. There are ways to increase belt throughput, but not by that amount. So we would need 2 belts for this. So we would need an additional gap. There. And that actually means that we can get that belt line up back in place. There we go. Steel and copper production. Or at least as much as I'm hoping we will ever need. Do we not have enough of these now? We need one of these for two of these. Yeah, we need an extra one of these on either side. Okay, we can have enough space down here to get 4 lines quite easily, so that's not a problem. Okay, we'll not worry about the steel anymore. We have its place allocated. That's as big as it's ever going to be. Whether we'll ever get to that point, I have no idea. The copper is the thing we need to worry about. We need to get the copper up and running. So I will think, while I'm having my break, which specific bits and pieces we're going to need to have built and running. So I will get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. And then we'll look at getting this lot online, because I think we're almost there. We're missing trains, we're missing... We're missing trains, this stuff isn't built, and they don't have their inputs connected in yet, and we need to figure out scrap. Scrap is the last major thing we need to figure out how we're going to handle. I think we will just belt, or we will just compress and then deliver by truck the actual recyclables. But what we do about the actual scrap itself, I don't know. But I'll figure that out. So yeah, I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, that may have been a little bit more than 20 minutes. Okay. So, a couple of things I have decided. I am not going to worry about any of this stuff up here at the moment. What we'll do is we'll just take all of the... I forget what it's called, exhaust, and just vent it for now. Because there's not going to be much of it anyway. But the main reason is that we're not going to need water for this stuff until we have access to arc furnaces, and we're not going to have arc furnaces until we finish conveyor belts, and we're not going to have both of those done by the time we run out of copper. So we need to get things up and going now. So with that in mind, we shall plonk down a large flare stack, and for the time being, we'll just route all of, I think... What are we going to do? I want to bring one full section of this online. I don't think we're going to need more than one full section to have enough input, or enough throughput, rather, for our current base. And all of this is set up with these supposed to be the next tier, so this is only going to get us 4 lots of 24. Is that going to be enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4 lots of 24 should be enough. That's all we're currently running on. One other thing we're going to have to do is set up a temporary station over here so that we can actually offload the copper. What I will probably do is set up a micro station here and pull it off there, and then feed it in over there, disassemble all of this once we're at that point. Haven't fully decided on what to do about the scrap yet, but I think, looking at it, we still need trucks to be able to get to that. Scrap is going to come in compressed. You just need this as a buffer more than anything else. They can deliver the scrap to their shredder. Oh no, we don't need to. Recyclables can just take the thing directly. All we need is that. And it can only process 48 anyway, so we don't need that size belt because it will not be able to handle all of that. And then if we need a second one of these, we can mirror it. How high or how long to get these up to? Height 4. Okay, and then we will belt them over to whichever facilities they need to go to. We may need to reorder the order they're coming out of here. Given that we know that gold and titanium processing, or aluminium rather, is probably going to be on this side. And that copper and iron is over here. I think that in line? It doesn't look like it's in line. It's not in line. Okay. Yeah, once we got to here, we can come down. So this being the case, we need to do some changes. That can be iron. This one wants to be glass. Don't know which way gold is going to go yet. This one becomes iron scrap. So, not assigned. We'll have that one be aluminium. We'll use this one for gold, which means when we get to actually doing gold processing, that's going to be like here-ish. Titanium processing might be over there. Aluminium processing here. We'll see. So there's gold. You'll be aluminium. You're still glass. Glass is probably going over to here. We'll see. It's going to have a long way to go. Then your iron, so the last remaining is copper. Copper comes along there. Don't know how we're going to get iron to over here. We'll not worry about it for now. Where to put slag? This is also going to output slag. I'm going to get slag out of that. Gold processing is going to produce that. Yeah, there's nothing saying we can't have a secondary container for the ones produced over on the right-hand side. All of those processes are going to generate slag. I think we just have to have a slag store on both sides. The only thing that we're using slag for is to make concrete. And concrete production is, again, probably going to be up here. So that being the case... Storage loose. My concern is that by putting it over here, to be fair, it's nearer to this than it would have been anyway. Additional iron. Forgot that was there. Not important anyway. part of me wants to have the storage nearer by this side, where vehicles can pick it up easier. It does mean routing the slag a decent distance though. And potentially then routing it back again. Because otherwise the vehicles have to drive along here to pick it up. So do we have 2 long belts? Or do we have shorter belts and make the trucks go further? We're not using anywhere near the amount of trucks that we could have. What is our limit currently? 200. We're not even halfway there. And we're about to convert a whole bunch of stuff over to trains anyway. And we'll have mega vehicles soon, and they have big dump trucks. We need to... Oh, we're also going to need to... Actually, how do we want to handle that in the future? The gravel that we need for train tracks. Is there a compromise? How about I put it here instead? Still got some distance for it to go, but this puts it centrally. Yeah, okay, that'll do. We'll send all the slag over to there. None of these actually need water at the minute, do they? No, that needs acid, so we need to hook the acid up. Slag can be over here. If and when we get to that point. That's probably still good. Yeah, because we need to get over those. So let's do it this way instead. If we ever get to the point where we need 2 of these up, then we have an allocation for it. This gives us space behind us, it to get through. We can bring the slag straight the way over here. It can probably weave around that, but we may as well take it over there. Bring it along that way. Yeah, that's what we will do with the slag. Okay, let's get some of this hooked up. What is the output speed? 9 on each. Call it 10 on each. I don't need vehicles getting around the back of that, so that's fine. Hello, Hoshmand. It is a very good and compelling game, although I don't feel like I've made much progress. At least today. We've been trying to make this a permanent setup, so we've been umming and ahhing about it way more than we should have been doing. This is to replace the old existing setup. I think... Oh no, we can go over the top of that, but we'll go along here. Okay, I don't want to block these vehicles off, so let's take it up to 4 to go over. There we go. No, we'll take it through the middle, there's no reason not to. There we go, that's that. And I need to... Nope, give me those. Preferably without the belts above them. Never mind. There we go. And then when we need this, we can bring these up to 4 and connect them into the side there. That's that bit. Okay, now we just need to hook all of these up. And the exhausts, which we're just going to vent for the time being, we'll process them later. When we have arc furnaces, or rather the tier 2 arc furnaces. Okay. Acid. How much acid? 6 per 8, so count that 10. Tier 2 pipe, and then when we eventually have all of this up, we'll need to then upgrade it to another to the next tier to be able to supply the other side as well. Where else are we going to need to take the acid? Going to need to go up for glass. Over to the right for gold. We're not doing anything with uranium here. Hydrogen fluoride's aluminium processing? I want to say? Oh no. Anesthetic. It's used for uranium, so we're not going to get that over here. There we go, aluminium processing. So that's 2 lots over to the right. So we'll use this one. Bring it over in a tier 2 pipe. Let's bring it along the copper line. Unless there's a reason I can think of to not block that off. That has its inputs. Oh, right, yeah, we're going to need to bring sand out as well. Well, sand we can bring straight away across and bring it in from this side. So they're not going to interfere. Limestone we will need to bring over to this section. So we are going to need to weave limestone through all of this. So yeah, I think this is fine then. Bring this up to 4. And we'll bring it along with this. Actually, no, let's connect up the sand and we'll take it with the sand. Because they're both inputs of one form or another. So let's hook up the sand first. The sand is also going to be going to concrete and glass, but that's up north. I'm going to need it for filter medium, wherever we're going to make that. I'm going to need it for gold. I'm going to need it for silica. It's a good point. I've not even considered where silica's going to go. Silica may as well go with the glass. Use the same belt. So the actual amount of sand we need for this is minimal, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So copper and gold can share the same belt. We may need another one for filter medium. So we'll take out from here. Tier 1 will probably do it in a minute, but ah, you bastard. I still think this game needs an undo button. Okay. This one here should be sand inputs. Okay, that's that bit. Hang on, no, I need to adjust that. That went over this bit at height 3, it needs to be height 4. We need to make sure that's height 4, which might mean we need to lift that, conveyor lift it. I forgot, we can't block off this. We want mega dump trucks to be able to get underneath it. We're not so worried about the other mega vehicle. Or are we? It's going to need some way to get over to here. This is going to be our next coal mine. And while we have room over there, yeah, no, we need to... We need bridges. We need bridges to make sure we're not blocking off this line. Is that actually enough space to put one down, though? Bollocks. Okay. Vehicles absolutely must be able to get over there. I still like dump trucks to get through here, so we do still want this to be up to a height of 4. But we'll need to make sure the mega diggers can go the other way around. You don't need to put a stanchion in the middle of that. There we go. Yeah, ain't no way that's connecting into there. That's fine. Can we get an angle that way, please? Thankfully. We can do that. There we go. Should still allow mega dump trucks to get underneath it then. So that's sand. Okay. I'm going to take acid over with that lot. Okay. Yeah, we are going to need a tier 2 pipe up to here. Okay. Be 6 sand on each. Yeah, we can just keep running that along and in. In fact, let's actually do that. Even though we're not going to build all of those, we may as well get everything prepped. The game is paused, so it's not like we need to worry about our ever-depleting stores of the last bit of copper we have. There we go. Yeah, we'll just upgrade this belt when we need to hook up this lot over here, methinks. Or do I want to run a second line from this? I'll just run it off the same line. Do we need to? 100. For the next tier of belts, it should be fine then. I forgot to re-enable mouse tracking. Did I? Or did it just miss? Yeah, I did forget to enable it. There we go. Hopefully I've been working on the center monitor and not the side monitors. Yeah, 420. So that'll supply the entirety of one side, no problem. We will need to upgrade the belt, but it will do the job. What I won't do is hook up the exhaust. Is this going to make twice as much slag? Yes. Oh, that's a good point. I don't know where the theme output is going to be on the upgraded version of this. Can we tell from the image? Can we get a bigger look at the image? Molten iron. I don't think it will actually show us molten numbers. Yeah, I don't know where that output's going to be. I'm very sure the water input's got to be here, because it makes the most sense for them to put it there. They already have a fluid output here, so I've got to assume it's got to be this side then? If it's not here? The only way this becomes a problem is if it's here. Because then it's a little bit more of a pain. If it's here, then we can just run the lines one out, then up. There's still room for us to connect up to another pipe. In fact, we can just stack up on the top of this. So yeah, that's not going to be a problem if it's on this face. We'll worry about it when we get to it. Okay. We have all the acid inputs on one side. I think they're all connected now. Okay, which ones of these do we need to build? Now they've done with the train lines. We need these. Don't need limestone in the minute, don't need any of these. These are much future problems. So we need those two trains up. We're going to need those up. And we're going to need this up. Oh, that's a potential problem that I didn't think about. How are the trains that are allocated for this side of the track supposed to refuel themselves? We have plans for this space here, so we can't put another one down. We knocked off one of these that we don't think we need anymore. But we still think we need all of these. Gold, bauxite, titanium, yeah. Bollocks! I didn't think that through. This is perfectly fine for anything doing the delivery to this area, because they come up here, they go around, they then get their fuel and they leave. Job done. Anything that is actually picking up from here, they've no way to get to both stations. Unless I do something silly like put another loop or another loop-the-loop here, the train has to come in, refuel, loop-the-loop, loop-the-loop, go there and then leave. No, we need to put this somewhere else. Or have another one. What can I do? If this wasn't diagonal, I would put it here. I don't know how much space I'm going to need for everything else. I don't really want to have it. It makes sense to have it here because basically all of the train. This is going to be the primary hub for all of the trains. The trains are pretty much only going to be used to drop off raw materials and then take away things like ingots, like basic resources, basic processed resources. What can I do? We could change our initial plan. The initial plan was going to be that these 3 stations down here that are delivering coal, iron, and copper are just going to use these, or at least a replacement for these, when we need to start inputting, or when we're done with this lot of resources. The gold, the bauxite, and the titanium were always going to be delivered from elsewhere to here. And I was going to store them up here in the same way that I've done with all of these, because we've got this nice space here to do it. But I don't have to do that. I can always do the same thing that I'm doing with these and move these directly to wherever they're supposed to be inputted. Which may make a little bit more sense anyway. Having these up here makes sense because they go into multiple locations. With the exception of salt. Actually no, because we're going to need to use salt to make brine anyway. All 4 of these resources are required in multiple different things. Okay, so we have a potential plan then. What we're going to need is another one of these on this side. Touch wood, these are not going to be as bigger trains as the ones I'm expecting to serve these. Having said and thought about it, though, it doesn't matter anyway, because all of these need the train to be able to have the same amount of space on both sides, because we're potentially going up to initially 8 containers for each train that are doing deliveries. So we need enough space on each side to have most of the train on either side without it blocking the track. This only needs the head of the train here, and then it just leaves. Okay, so that works. We have found a solution. What we probably don't have is the resources to build all of this. Hopefully we don't run out of copper in that time. Otherwise, we're going to have to start getting trucks to deliver this stuff. Okay. We now need to get hydrogen from here to here. Do I want to use this line? Yeah, let's use that line. Okay. Okay, that sorts that. Right, we need several things. What to call this? Is it H2? I think hydrogen is H2, isn't it? H2 refuel cell. Actually, we don't even need to do it that way. This one is collections. Refuel. Whereas this one is deliveries. My spelling is terrible, I am aware. Oh, that's something we haven't been paying attention to. We are out of oil because we paused this for the sake of being able to tear this down so that we could put down a bigger one. And we find out whether or not we actually set this up correctly. Beautiful. That is perfect. Okay. What do we need? Pause this while we get this built. collision with pipe. You are correct. Pipe doesn't need to be this far along anyway. Now, how do we connect these into here? I think we'll redo this part of the piping. Okay. Oh, did I, Oh, you fucking... It's... I hate that it does this. Stop being clever. You're not being clever, you're just making things a nuisance for me. You know what, I'm just going to do it this way because I reckon it'll work better. And then jam that in there. There, problem solved. Oh, that's why, because you're not... That's weird. I suppose they're bi-directional. I can't tell them which direction. How would you like to use it? Import from... Okay. Import from an oil rig. That's what. This might just fix everything. Nope, it still can't connect to that way. Even though it's told to import. That's a pain. Never mind, it's a fixable pain. There we go. Problem is, it's going to come through as diesel and we need to change it to hydrogen. We actually don't need to know about those. We know about those. Those I want reminders that we've not done anything with them yet. They can stay there. A plan for this one, we may as well lay it out because we know what we're doing with it. Import sulfur. Because when we start expanding all of this, we are probably not going to have enough acid to go around. Because we're probably not going to have enough sulfur to go around. How dire are we in resources? We're not even sipping into that yet. Ah, right, yeah, it's because it's draining the naphtha and the light oil first. It's got to go through the oil, then through all of this, then through all of that, and then we'll start running out of hydrogen too. There we go. Oh. You came back as a hydrogen ship. I appreciate that, because I wanted you to be a hydrogen ship. Interesting. So not only does it now have more containers, these containers are bigger than they were previously. Round trip duration is the same. It is going to use more per trip. But I don't know. I should have paid a little bit more attention to how much fuel the previous trip took. I'm sure I looked at it earlier in the episode. I'll have to check back on the footage. Or, actually, there's another way around we can do this. We can actually find out. I'm curious as to whether or not this is more efficient fuel-wise or not. If I overwrite this save, and then load a save before we tore this down, that one will do. Now we can make notes of numbers. I would like to try and get the replacement copper smelting up today, but I get the feeling we're going to run out of construction material freeze before we get to that point. I am turned around, quite literally. Okay. So, let me use YouTube chat to put these numbers in. It is 182 or 85 for 2,000. And phone calculator. That'll be, we'll look for per, or the unit of cargo per fuel. So we'll divide 2,000 by the amount of fuel consumed to get it, which will make it 10.810 reoccurring. Okay. And this was 750 by 8 is how much it stores. So 6,000 divided by, it was 400. I want to say 485. I know it's 400, but I'm fairly sure I'm getting the 85 from the number I just read. It was high 400s. 454. Which is 13.21585903008. It is more fuel efficient by about 30%. To use the biggest one. And because of the rate we're going through oil, I'm fairly sure I don't need to worry about what am I thinking? I don't think I need to worry about upgrading all of these to be larger. Should be fine. Okay, let's unpause and allow things to go. You are fueled and on your way. Okay, we were preparing a train. We need a new train, not a new train line. Can't build it from here. Oh, we do need to allocate a line for it, but... I think that's all this one needs. It has 3 refueling spots, but only for the you know what? No, let's go 2 and 4. Probably more than we need. Oh, I don't think I'd done this last time. Not at the end of last episode, but after the end of last episode, I redid this entire section so that this was now straight. And we are going to need to add a straight line along here because this is where our hydrogen is made. The tank is there. I need to think a little bit more carefully about this. These ones are designed for trains that can go forward and backwards. All the trains we're planning at the minute are going to loop. So we're going to need to have one of these down there, which should be in my blueprint library. Turnabout. Nice. We'll need to reroute some things if we want to put this here. Or alternately, we can put this here and then have the trains come around. I will slow them down though. That said, they have to slow down to go around this anyway. And if we need more salt, we're going to have to move that. The pipes aren't too much of a problem because we can just bring them down, bring them underneath the loop or around the corner. That's conveyor belts. Next one. The potential problem would be these ones. We'd need to make sure that we still have the ability to bring stuff in and out of here. But I don't know what I'm going to be using those for. The only one I know I need at the minute is the sulfur one. Let's pause while we think. This station's going to need to be moved anyway. The only reason that we have to come down here at the moment is... no, because we're going to need to... Damn it. That's where the acid is produced. So we do need to redo all of this. All these lines, at least. Oops. Will it actually let me do that? It will let me do that. I'd prefer not to make the train track come up to a height of 6 to turn it around. If we need more of these, we can put them over there. This lot needs redoing anyway. Well, that lot's all built. What's our stockpile of resources? That did go through most of our reds and yellows, our 2s and 3s. How dire is the copper situation? I'm still finding some. And again, if we get, or if we absolutely need to, we can ship the copper from here over there. Assign our trucks to do it. So let's think, what else do we need to build? We need to build the belts. We're going to need a train for this, a train for this, a train for these. We only need the train for the hydrogen just so that we can refuel the other trains. We will also hook up this hydrogen supply to the vehicle supplier, which is down here, and anything else around here that will need the hydrogen, like the I think glass and concrete will both use hydrogen now. And then we need to build one set of these. So build these and then one half of these. And then the belts. We need one of these. Let's get rid of those. And we will tell trucks that they can deliver into here just so that they can immediately drop that stuff into there. We have the next tier of belts, so when we need to do that, we can just upgrade it. So for now, let's take this from here. Bring that down into there. Gonna need this, 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 this. This. All of that. That, and that. Oh no, we don't need that one. Oh, bollocks, we've not hooked that up yet. One half of these. For the sake of argument, we'll just grab all of those so we don't accidentally get them. We can turn that one off. We'll hook those up. We may as well build that as well. And I'm going to need one of these, all these belts. That should be all inputs and outputs. Ah, not the sand. Is the lift being built? It is. We are going to need that. We may as well build those. Short term, we're just going to have the... until we've moved iron and glass over here, we can't move recycling over here. So we'll continue having at least one furnace up at the old one that's handling the scrap over there. Or we would have to deliver the scrap over here. Okay. So we don't forget a belt in the future when we have to bring, or when we get these upgraded and we can double the output. Okay, 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Okay. The only problem we currently potentially have is that I don't think vehicles are going to be able to get to here. To deliver the copper before we have a train up. We'll see where we have a problem in that regard. Short term, we can, have a train station here. We'll have to force the copper train to come all the way along here and then loop around here. The plan is going to be, because basically the entirety of this side is going to get ripped up, all the train stations will go up here and then they can loop the loop up here to leave. Or do a big loop around here and then connect back along here and leave. Is the longer term plan, at least. But we are going to need to figure out this bit. So I had a mind to just rip this entire lot up so that we could reorganize it. Because at the minute we have the sulfur coming from our exhaust scrubber, coming back along into here to feed these two and overflow into here. To then get taken away to make, I want to say, uranium? Ah no, tofu and fertilizer. Why am I not seeing any sulfur come out of there? There it is. Ah, yeah, that was right. We had, well, I had set it up so that this was getting, oh yeah, this is getting direct deliveries of sulfur, isn't it? On this lot. Yeah, sulfur and acid are definitely going to be a problem. We're going to need to bring this online. But we need everything online, everything else online first. If we run out of copper, we run out of maintenance. If we run out of maintenance, everything breaks. So we'll worry about moving this all around and fixing it later. It should be enough for now. I'm happy for that coal station to stay there. Okay, let's think about this. Nothing stopping us from moving the electrolyzer if we need to. Yeah, to give ourselves enough space to be able to work with these last two, well, specifically the port down directly beneath us. We need that to be there or further up. Although, again, there's space underneath it, but we can't really bring it much further down. That's only going to there anyway. We'd given ourselves enough space. Interesting. I thought we'd only given ourselves enough space to put... Ah, yeah, there's a gap there. Let's put one more of these down. If we bring this down to ground level, then that's probably going to be okay. So... this didn't need to be that high up in the first place. Okay. Alright, we can't build that there anyway. Or maybe we can. Maybe there is a position where it may be able to actually find stanchions. Nah, it's clipping with the pipe anyway. And if it's clipping with the pipe, then it's going to clip with that belt. The belt we can bring around. There's a gap there that we can use. But we're going to need to move the pipe. So that's fine. Really not leaving it with much room. My concerns is vehicles won't be able to get around there. Okay, we'll move the electrolyzer. We will put that here. We will connect this up to there. Go down to there. Disconnect that. Take that down. I'm surprised we're keeping up with chlorine at the minute. Should become less of a problem once this lot comes online, but this is something else we need to replace at some point. All the trucks have a ways to drive to get over to there. Okay. I forgot we'd done that. There we go. All green. We are a little low on coal. Yeah, if we dig that one out, we're going to pull that down. I see a little bit of coal here. We'll allocate that as well. There's no coal in there. It's a bit precarious, but I think it's fine. I am surprised we have gone through almost no sand whatsoever. Okay, let's speed this up. There we go, that's better. Move it as far up as it will let us. Okay. Now we just need to fix the direction of this bit of track. That's fine. And then we can use both sides to load and unload. Do I have any reason to What am I thinking? Take the sulfur anywhere by train? I don't think so. The main thing we're using sulfur for is just acid. While it is used for a couple of other things, it's not used in a high enough quantity that I think we need to worry about it. Yeah, these are the only other two things we use it for that requires us to export it. I think, yeah, we're using it for rubber at the minute as well, I think. We are. I may actually have to bring the sulfur mine online. Unless I deliberately start burning some more fuel here to generate power. Because that'll desalinate the water. Actually no, that's not what generates the sour water. It's the oil cracking that generates the sour water, which is now back underway. Okay, we need what's the rotate the other button? It's T. Can we do that in any way that isn't... I don't think it matters. It's just... if I can get them not to do a super sharp turn, that is helpful, but they are coming to a stop anyway. And the trains that are coming here one way or another are not going to be particularly long. They don't need to be. We don't use a massive amount of salt. And while our acid consumption is going up, it's not going up by that much. That's just being used for paper, so that's fine. We have hydrogen being brought over there for something else. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's not build it where they're doing stuff. Build it up here. We've got some nice large space up here that we have no allocation for whatsoever. Okay. I could use some templates for sizing. I don't think we're going to need... yeah, we should be able to get away with just using the... filling up with two of them. Yeah, this is for sizing reasons. We have salt down there, we have acid down there. I can't see me ever needing more than 2 and 4. Salt and acid are the only things I need to pick up from here other than hydrogen. I don't mind just leaving this as is. that double-headed train can keep doing what it's doing. At least for now. Later it can be the same kind, up to 2 and 4. Okay, we can get a couple of these down here comfortably. But this is going to be the limit to the size of the train that we can bring here, one way or the other. Where's the start of that turn? There. What are you trying to build? Whatever it's trying to build, it is not what I last tried to paste. Okay. And then we're going to need a set of them on the other side as well. At least one of them on the other side for here. So this is going to be in the way. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. That's going to need to come down. We'll need to tear both of these down. And now I'm not too worried. We do not need this like this, though. That should probably do the trick. They're refueling stations, aren't they? And we'll load in the hydrogen from here. So that'll let us pipe that over to here, convert into there. So that's hydrogen sorted. Our copper situation continues to get further and further dire. We have a fallback plan in place. There's a bunch of copper there, but I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to get it without having, breaking the wall. which isn't that much of a problem, to be fair, at this point. Okay. Let's undesignate all of this. There is precious little left. Got a couple of bits there. Couple of bits there. Couple of bits there. I think at this point most people would just consider this done. Nothing left, not worth the effort. And to be fair, if my replacement was ready, I would be of that mind too. But the replacement isn't ready. It needs a little bit more work. That bit I can't be asked to get. Probably the last of what's here. Once that's gone, we'll have to tear this down and replace it with a storage container so that we can try and start bringing this stuff from over here, over there. Process inside of this may actually be done. My concern is that the trains and the train stations are not. Because we do not have enough materials to build the last few train stations we need. We can probably build a temporary train to collect sand and take that over, because we don't need a massive amount of it. It's going to have to find a point at which it can come into this station. The problem is that this station doesn't have the ability for it to turn around. Mostly just because that would require me to route the fuel source to all stations. The plan is basically going to be there's a refueling station here and here, and all of the trains are going to be coming from here or going to here. So they will pass by these stations every single run. So either on the way in they'll refuel if they're picking up copper plates, for example, or on the way out they'll refuel if they're dropping off any of the other materials we need. So that's the way I've planned to do it. This loop has to go here, so let's start getting these tracks built then. I'll leave that last little bit so a train isn't tempted to try and turn itself around. The original plan was a similar reason. All of the trains come past this line here, so they can refuel here. But I've had no end of trouble making sure that they actually, or either this had enough coal to supply the trains, or that they actually went in there. So these ones, for example, have a double set of instructions so that every other time they go around, they go in and refuel. But the new system should, in theory, hopefully work better. The problem is just converting everything over. How the devil am I going to do the sand? I could add, or give it another temporary station that it could pick sand up from, with the intent of moving it once everything's been moved over. Yeah, at this point, vehicles aren't going to be able to get to these to build them. You can build that one, but they're not going to be able to get close enough to the rest of this, because that'll block them. Actually, no. They shouldn't have been able to get to these because they're blocked by these train stations. How the hell did they build these? Okay, this one I could understand because they can get to there. I explicitly left a cutout to allow them to get through, but to get to here, they would have to have built it from over here or over here, and I've had them absolutely refuse to do distances half as far. I don't know how they managed to build those. I shouldn't complain. Have you dug yourself in already? Why'd you do this? Why can't you be clever and not dig yourself into a pit? Okay, this station here. One of these is going to be for salt, one of them's going to be for acid. We'll use this one for acid, given the fact that we can't send salt over yet because we haven't moved over glass production. So we'll put acid production over here. Similar deal. We'll only need a couple of actual things to feed it. It's a load. Let's make him pick acid up from. Are we gonna get at any point a So long as we don't change the direction of the track, we can probably leave that station there while we finish moving everything over. My concern is that particular train has a very specific route. It's going back and forth between a number of stations and it's flipping itself around each time it does. No, we're swapping over to hydrogen. We were using steam just because it had the best acceleration. Best torque? Best acceleration? I think it's best acceleration. Most torque and best acceleration. Whereas the other ones, diesel and hydrogen, have less torque, so they take longer to get up to speed and they're not as good going up hills. But they have a higher top speed, so they're better over long distances. But yeah, we're swapping over to a fully hydrogen economy. It's just this is all of the old stuff. Basically, everything north of this is being torn down to go over here. The problem we have is that this is our copper field. Or what's left of it. And we haven't finished this over here. We have the mine. The mine is here. That's not a problem. But the processing isn't ready. And we need to set up temporary stations so that we can get or keep this stuff running while we get the copper to get the materials to finish building the new one to then tear the rest of this down and then tear down the extra stations so we can put something permanent here. This is the thing that we're racking our brains over. And we're almost out of chlorine. I need this built as a priority, because otherwise we're wasting brine. We should still be making tier 3s. What are we struggling materials-wise for? Oh, it's just the fact that we need to replace our construction part 2s as well as our construction part 3s. We're just not getting as many of them as we need. Okay. And then acid will go this side. Sorry, salt will go that side. But that can wait until the rest of the facilities are ready. That needs to remain a bidirectional track, and I need to make sure that that particular train doesn't head down here and go around to dock to this station. I wanted to take the shortest possible route, so to there. If it doesn't, we have a problem. Because then it will not be aligned to all of its stations. Okay. So the last two things we need to place. We need somewhere for it to pick up sand in a way that it can also then turn around and head back, and somewhere for it to drop off copper plates temporarily. And that too needs the ability for it to turn around, although we could just allow it to come all the way down here, turn around. I don't think we're going to have the space there to do it. No, it's not going to be able to find a place for the legs. It almost fits. In fact, I reckon I could get it to fit if I tore that down. But that's overkill. We'll just let them go the extra length for the time being. Oh, that does remind me, we do need to actually connect this bit up now. Good. So, we can do this with a smaller train for the time being. We need to be able to get at least 60 copper per second over to here. Does it matter which side? If I put it on that side, then we can bring it over to here and connect it into that. Do we? We don't actually. If we have it on the other side, then we can just connect it directly up to here. It does mean we lose the storage here, but then if we have a couple of containers, a couple of actual stations here, then we get the same throughput anyway. This only needs to be height of 4. That works. We shift it this way a little bit. Ooh. There we go. Now we can have a train that isn't the smallest it needs to be. Don't suppose you could use... Yeah. Thank you. Good. Still gets underneath that. Okay, so that's the drop-off for the copper. Train will just have to go the long way around. It'll have to deal with that. That's our other problem. We still need to build the damn trains. There's no way we get away with this without having to get our trucks to bring the copper over, or copper ore over. Yeah, this is dead. For what's left, I don't think I can be bothered to try to fill it in. Or get it out. So once they've done with all of the current bits to dig, we'll tear down this part of the wall. We'll let them grab this bit here. And then we'll tear the rest of the wall down and allocate it for being filled in up to this point here. So we'll tear all of that down and fill it back in. So we have construction space for later. Don't need that anymore. Do I have allocated trees for the other one to harvest? Yeah, okay, that's fine. We still have plenty of wood, I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Sand. Actually, why did I build this with a ramp? This didn't need to be a ramp. This one over here needed to be a ramp because we need to get that through it. This one just needed to go around. We could have saved ourselves some space. done this a different way. Do we have plenty of unity? We have plenty of unity. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we can pull that further this way, which will allow us to move these stations closer. Which will help in the future for not needing to mess with that. Cut that. Bring it down to here where it was previously. I don't think it's going to let me copy this section as is. Oh, it will. Does that allow us to bring it down far enough to avoid that? I think it does, just. You park yourself there for a minute. And you park yourself there for a minute. Yep. Wrong one. Perfect. Excellent. Now we don't need to worry about removing this station at all. When this becomes a salt-only station, we can leave that there. Okay, let's get all of the rails built. Because at the very least, the rails we have the materials for. Your acid, your hydrogen. We're not going to get those up and running today, because we only have 15 minutes of the stream left. That'll work. We just need to route the sand over and in. And then we can use this for temporary sand setup. It's a mess, but it's a mess we can clean up at a later date. As long as it works. We're going to have Arc Furnace 2 done before we're even ready to bring this all online, which is not a terrible problem to have, given the fact that the Arc Furnaces aren't even finished yet. Okay, good. They're already doing the thing that I needed them to do. They are picking up the copper and manually delivering it to the crusher. Part of me does want to get just every last scrap that we can out of this. I think it's done. Why isn't it telling me that it's done? Okay, so there's a few bits here that it currently can't get to. But yeah, it's done. For all intents and purposes, it's done. Find your way out, and then you can dig up what remains of the ramp. I probably shouldn't have done that. Before these get themselves in trouble. Quick, they're going to dig you in. What did you go all the way down there for? Don't be silly. You're literally going to dig yourself in if you stay down there. Not that it matters, but... Okay, we need to do something about this now. That works. Ah, yeah, it's because we have so many edicts active at the minute. We can probably pull some of those back. I think that's the easiest one to just temporarily disable. Research efficiency. I can also bring that back a bit. We don't need it up at 60% at the minute. That gets us 3 more. Spend that on... No, we don't need to worry about fuel saver. We're not consuming enough fuel to worry about. So that'll do. Get ourselves some unity back. Okay, there we go. That's done. We have resupplied on construction material 2s, so we're just waiting for construction material 3s. Or this belt to back up and then construction material 3s. We have every train station we need. So everything is ready. We just need the materials to build everything, and then we're going to need trains. Many, many trains. But now that we have all of the stations, we can actually start setting up the route, even though they're not built. So, oh yeah, and we do need to pipe things into them. This is hydrogen pickup. This is acid pickup. You're already called sand pickup. This is a temporary station anyway, which we copied from sand pickup, so we'll call this sand pickup T. This is copper plates drop T, because it's temporary. Oh, these are only 30 apiece. Why did I think these were 100 apiece? It's not going to take as long as I was thinking to get all of this ready. It's not going to be ready by the end of the episode, but... they're labelled, they're labelled. We've already labelled these. Okay, so... new line. This is... give it a nice light colour. Go green and white. Hydrogen. This is the hydrogen line. Okay, add stop. You will load from here. And then you need to deliver to here. And then deliver to there. Now I'm thinking, because I don't want it ever waiting at... I think I want this to be a call train. It will wait at the hydrogen pickup. No, always go there. They will always go to their refuel stop. Oh wait, no, it doesn't need to go to here, it just needs to go to there. It just needs to go to the deliveries, in which case we can just have deliveries summon it. Request train only if any module is empty. Train limit to 2. This one limited to 1. Unrestricted. But what if... I'm not sure that's going to work the way I need it to. I need the fuel train to only visit that station if it needs fuel. If the station needs fuel. What I don't want, though, is for trains going there to refuel to not be able to go there because the module or the request train only is a condition. I'm hoping the trains will always have enough fuel to make a there and back again trip, but they're always going to go for the refuel station when they leave. But I don't really know how that's going to work. I think I'm going to have to figure out a way to... I don't think I can use that. I would have to have a separate station where it's dropping off the hydrogen. Which means it can't refuel at the same station, which is fine. What I would need to do then is something like this on this side. Maybe that's what the thing to do. Tear these down. And then do effectively this on this bit here. No, this wants to be the refueling station. But the simple reason that this is designed to be long enough to handle really long trains. That was the point of it being here. So if we're going to move anything, we need to move these. This would allow us to make the refueling or the train carrying the fuel. Oh, we did set it up that way. I didn't realize I'd made this one so smooth. Pipe's going to need to be a bit longer, but that's fine. Okay. Okay. Just for the sake of symmetry. Where do we latch to? I think we latch to there. Move this along a bit so that that train can actually be a bit longer if it needs to be. Okay, we paused because you was complaining. Oh, you finally got through your sand. That's fine. Continue digging out your sand. All of that sand is now yours to claim. To be fair, we've gone through a lot more sand than I was expecting. When we run out of sand here, where are we going to next? Small patch up here. Small patch here. I mean, we can always get some quartz. It's limestone, isn't it? Yeah. Not even halfway through our existing limestone, so that's not a problem. I wonder if sand is going to become a bigger problem than I'm currently giving it credit for, given that we're now using it for both glass and concrete. Can you use manufactured sand? Actually, no, because quartz turns into straight up sand. Anyway, what were we doing? Right. We're fixing this. You are hydrogen drop-off. And I feel like I've spelled that wrong. Yes, there's an extra letter in there. It's probably still spelled wrong, but I can deal with it spelled wrong so long as it's spelled wrong in the same way. Add stop here. Okay. Deliveries, refuel, no. We need you to go through the collections refueling station to refuel yourself. And then you can get to the other station. I mean, not even that, actually. We'll have the hydrogen train refuel itself when it's picking up hydrogen, because then it doesn't need to worry about it. That way we can set this to request only if any module is empty. Okay. We don't need to tear down all of these pipes. Just these ones. And then those as well. So that might not be far enough. Buildings, hydrogen refuel. Yeah, needs to be one more. Okay, so it can now refuel itself. It wasn't destroyed, I just moved it, but I suppose as far as you're concerned, it doesn't exist anymore. There we go. So sit there until this... yeah, until the modules are empty. And then head over to there. Any module is empty. Do we want to wait until we've emptied all the hydrogen out, or... Yeah, the way we've got it set up, let's wait until it's empty of all accepted products, which is just going to be hydrogen, and then it can head back. Because we have another buffer tank up there anyway. And nothing else uses that station, it's just between these two, so this is all fine. This is the hydrogen supplier. My product to line color. My line color to train car. Okay. New train. Hydrogen supplier. I think what we'll do is that in the long run. So if that's going to be the plan in the long run, then we may as well do this for the short term. Keep it that way. Okay. For the sake of getting this out of the way quickly. These ones are happy to do that, aren't they? Yeah, good. Okay, let's give this a higher priority, because otherwise the materials on these are going to go to the arc furnaces, which is not what we want at the minute. There we go. It's done. It's done. I release you from your service. Not that you have anything else to do, but you can get out of the pit at least. Because now we need to allocate the pit to be filled back in. Okay. Yeah, for now we'll just allocate that bit. Give us more buildable area in the long run. Okay, and then once this is empty, that can go as well. And I may have just released you from your service, but now it's time for you to head over here and start digging. We have a new task for you. Start destroying this mountain. A fair bit further down to get to that. But... should keep them busy. Okay. It's because you got yourself trapped. Ah, yes, and we should give this a higher priority as well, otherwise problems elsewhere. Because it's not going to take that long to get the train built. I believe, yeah. We have most of the materials. Oh, we still didn't connect those up. Be happy for that to be there. I think yes, I am happy for that to be there. We need that built. We need this importing graphene. Graphite. Graphene is actually something different, although I forget what it is at the minute. That's flat. Yeah, we decided that Mega Diggers are going to have to go around the other way. There we go, that's what I wanted it to do. Now, how far down do we need to come? Actually, looking at it, we should make an adjustment to the other belt. Let's make that adjustment while I see it. Why do you not want to connect to that anymore? Okay. Can't go beneath 10. So beneath 4. That belt is overkill. It works, I'm okay with it. Arc Furnace is about to finish. Thankfully, I believe the upgrade cost is just the difference between the two, so it's not like it's going to be a big deal. Yeah, we're going to process the existing copper scrap over there. Actually, we should pause this belt, because we need the trucks to be able to pick up the copper from here to take it over to the other location, so that this can process the copper. Otherwise, we're going to run out. They're going to reclaim that space pretty quickly. Can't complain. Okay, if I don't pause now, I'm going to get all the little bits done. And by the time I realise the time, it's going to be 1 hour past usual stopping time. We will end it there. We have everything in place, we just need to build it all. We have a temporary setup for the copper to make sure we don't run out of maintenance. And then once we've got everything we've placed built, then we will have our copper supply over here delivered to the right location. We're still going to need 2 more trains? 3 more trains. 3 more trains. We need 1 for sand, 1 for acid, and then 1 to pick up the copper. And then that's that side of things entirely done. At that point, we can start worrying about where everything else needs to go over here. So the glass, the concrete, the silica. Those are the 3 other things. We can also start building out the actual steel production, although that can wait until we have everything else placed, because we still have perfectly good resources over there, and what we will end up needing to do is, once we've got this lot ready, we need to set up a train station over there to collect the ore to bring it over to here. Or we could just start mining operations here and ignore the fact there's still a massive amount of iron still in this mountain here. But I think I'll probably try and get rid of the stuff that's in the mountain first. And we'll ship it out on train. Because then everything will be set up. It just means that that train will have to be repurposed for something else once that lot of iron is done, because we can just mine this lot next, and that can just be fed into here. What can we use it for instead, I wonder? Don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back again on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards. We will get this solution running. Arc Furnace is 100% complete, apparently. So the first thing we'll do is get Arc Furnace 2s up and running and get those upgraded, get all the stations down, get this sorted, get things going. So hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.